All right, and yep, I tried, but it is frozen. So, welcome on in again, everybody, to the Dragon's Den. My name is Digital Dragon, and my main camera is frozen again. We're not going to solve it on this stream, but the resolution did come in. We will chat about that some. Hope everybody's having a good day. Let me see. I see Built Over Bots here. Hey, Hybrid, how's it going? I think I saw Thunder Keys sitting over there, along with what was that? Bally Duff or Bally Duff? And Liberdade, Lab Stations, a couple other people. So hey, welcome on in. Can we fix it with dude? Trust me, I am about to take that thing and just chuck it down the street. You've been threatening your laptop with reinstalling Windows. I'm not sure if that's a good threat for a Windows laptop. Telling it you're going to install Linux on it, it might start working again. You tell it you're just going to reinstall, it's like, great, you reinstalled the virus. Hey, Thunder Keys, how's it going? So you guys might notice that there is something. Figure out. Oh, the hell with it. There's something sitting right here that used to be on the workbench. It's sitting over there. Screen's not on because the CNC TAP has gotten all kinds of flaky. Right? If you remember a couple streams ago, we plugged it in, we had it working or powered on, plugged in, this, that, everything else. We never saw magic smoke, but when I was looking at the old board, I realized that I had changed it from 24 volt to 5 volt. So the CNC tap that's in this is a version 1 from Chaotic Labs, which is only a 5 volt because it's an in stop switch. I can't find those anywhere. I know another one of the machines around here has one in it. I'm not sure which one it is. And I really don't want to pull a stealth burner off, undo belts to basically move a tap from one machine to another. Now, granted, if I grab the right machine, which might be Fay Dragon here, because it's the might be Fay Dragon is the other standard CNC tap that's not a 2. Nope. Hold on. Yep, nope, that's a 2. So that won't work. I could literally take the front carriage off without having to undo the belts. The problem is, when the new ones come in and they will be a V2, they switch from the in stop to an optical sensor that can go 5 or 24 volt. So long story short, hey Slab Stations, welcome on in. Welcome on in. You have a spare C1 tap B1 5 volt board. So Thunder Keys, I would say great. But I ordered 2 V2s today that'll from Amazon that'll be here Saturday. Right? So the part that sucks is I have to swap the whole thing, which means I've got to drop the belts and rebelt it. Not fully rebelt it, but I have to retighten the belts and retention, which means I now am going to have to redo input shaper and all that good stuff. So it sucks, but it's there. Hey, Pez Liz, how's it going? We've got coffee. But yeah, I tried for 2 hours this afternoon. What the? Sorry, folks. Give me a second. I've got something on my roof or on my ceiling, and I have no idea. Got a ladybug on my ceiling. Seriously? That's a new one. Huh. Ladybug I'm okay with, but I don't know how a ladybug is up on the ceiling in the second floor. I, I don't know. But yeah, I mean, you can mail it to me. Um, hey, Free Heathen, how's it going? Thank you for the raid, dear sir. We were just talking that the Kyber Dragon is sitting right here. It's now off the bench. But it's sitting over here not because everything's working great, but it's because something went wrong. And what it is, the CNC TAP, right? So this is a nozzle thing. So the whole tool head goes up and triggers a sensor that mounts to the back, right? The CNC TAP, I did not realize, I verified that the pinout, like this is the ground, this is the signal, this is the power, we're good, was in the right direction, plugged it in, and it was working, right? And then when we were troubleshooting some other things, I happened to look at the old board and realized that I had changed it from 24 volt to 5 volt by literally cutting a trace and soldering 2 other traces, right? So once I realized that, I was like, oh my God, we never saw magic smoke. I'm still seeing lights. So we moved the power over to 5 volt and it's still working. It was working the other stream Tuesday. Yesterday, I started taking all kinds of errors where it says the Z is still triggered. So um, randomly doing homes, doing plug gantry leveling and all that. So I'm like, okay, I'm done with it. I have probably fried something on that board or made it less stable, right? So I went ahead and purchased 2 new ones, and it's going to be the version 2 of the ChaoticLab CNC TAP, which will, that version will be 5 volt, 24 volt tolerant. So I can take that and just plug it straight in and it should be good. It's just, unfortunately, I believe I've got to take off the entire base, which means I have to undo the belts and I'll have to rebelt it and blah, blah, blah. So that is why we're not working with this tonight. Now, I will tell you, I was getting filament changes Saturday, or actually Tuesday night. No, last night. Because Mrs. Dragon made me stop the print so that she could go to bed. You don't want to hear it, listen to it going, wee, wee, all night. So I had to shut that off, and I've been having problems with it, and I can't get it to actually start the print right now. So I'm like, okay, done with that. We'll order a replacement and get it replaced. It sucks, but if you saw my X post, it is not Chaotic Lab's fault. It is not LDO Motors' fault, who makes the Nighthawk Stealth Burner board. It is 100% a Digital Dragon fault for, I validated the pinout. I didn't validate the voltage. That's 100% on me, right? Yeah. So they do fly. Yep. Welcome, readers. Hey, Mr. Wizix, how's it going? Phantom, how's it going, my friend? Run 60 volts to it to free all the pixels. You know what, though, Built Over Bot? I do have a UTC over there that I use for mock-ups, because a UTC is the USB to CAN bus adapter, and it enables you to power one or more CAN bus devices through it. And as we know, CAN bus, we're pushing 24 volts, 12 or 24 volts. It apparently does not like being hooked up to mains voltage. Yeah, it took 110 through it, and the fuse on the stealth burner toolhead board, the SB2209 that it was attached to at the time, took the brunt of 110. The fuse popped. It also melted the fuse holder when it arced and blew the fuse. So that board came out and is also only used for doing mock-ups. So, yep, Bob's always choosing chaos. He is always choosing. But with that being said, I made the comment that we have a solution to the fact that this camera, like, it's working right now, but for how long, right? It decides to come and go whenever it feels like it. See, it is now frozen again, right? So I was hoping that me opening this up right in front of it would solve it. It didn't. It doesn't care. So we have something new to play with. This is the OBS Bot 4K. This is the Tiny 2. Okay, OBS Bot Tiny 2. This is a 4K camera. It has voice activation, gesture control. So, you can do the in and out to zoom. You can put up a hand and the light will change and then it starts tracking you. So it'll do tracking. Things like that. So yeah, we're gonna swap that out. And the funny thing is, this camera right here that we're looking at, this camera is a Brio 4K, but I'm trying to think which one was newer. I think that one over there that keeps freezing is a newer one. I am going to try this one over on my Mac just to see if it continues to do the thing, but yeah. This we will be playing with here soon. How do you, okay. And let's take a quick gander at this. I was trying to wait, but yeah, it didn't come out, or we didn't wait long enough, or couldn't wait long enough. So there's a little travel case for it. You'd have to name the camera Tiny Tip. Well, so there's the camera. It is really small. It does, like I said, it is a gyroscope. It does come up. So this is the main lens. And when you tell it goodbye, it will actually face down and turn the camera off. And when you say like Tiny hello, it will pop up and find you and start tracking you. So yes, Jack is still hanging out back there. Never left. He's hanging out back there like a champ. So yeah, this is a cool little thing. What are you doing? Where are you going? Let you go that way. There we go. So I'm going to put that back away. Yeah, this will be the new main camera here shortly. Like I said, I won't do that on stream because God only knows what OBS will do with it. And there's software that you have to install and stuff like that. So I'm going to set this up off stream maybe tomorrow. Oh, and by the way, I want to show you guys something. Okay, see this? This is cleaning the door of my X1C. This is all the VOCs that were on the door from running a bunch of ABS and stuff. So this is why you need filters in your Shroud of Turin. Yeah. Why you need filters in your 3D printers if you're running engineering materials. You probably still want a full room. You probably still want a full room filter as well. And I'm going to say thank you, Zivy, because we got the stuff we ordered for their Halloween sale. So we got a pair of Panda jetpacks. I figured if I was going to buy the fans, I might as well get the cool upper shrouds as well. So we've got one of those for each of the printers. Picked up some spare heaters and thermistors for them as well. It's always good to have. I did get one of these. This is the Panda Lux LED upgrade. So this is a plug-in upgrade for the X1Cs or P1s. And I got this really cool coffin. I don't know what's in the coffin here. Actually, I know what should be in the coffin here. I really like this. When you buy the West 3D Undertaker nozzles, figure out how the darn thing opens up. Buy the West 3D Undertaker nozzles, you actually get it in a 3D printed coffin, right? How's that for display? So I bought 3 of them. I got 2 of these, I believe, were what did I get? 0.4? 0.5? So I got 2 of the 0.5s. And then this bad boy, don't know if you guys can see that one. That is a 1.0 nozzle. So this one is going, so a 1.0 Undertaker nozzle. Let's see if you can see that writing on there. Nope, we're not going to get it. The 1.0 Undertaker nozzle that's going to go on the tube. And the tube is going on a takeoff tool head mount. And the plan is we're going to put a all-wheel drive upgrade with 9mm belts on the Trident 350 downstairs, and we're going to put the tube on the takeoff hot end and the 1.0 nozzle. And then the mother of all scrapers, I guess. This plastic, by the way, it's for your resin printers so you don't scratch up or tear up your FEP. So, yeah. You just got an Undertaker nozzle too, Shrimp Father? Nice. I've got a couple of them. I've got some Undertaker nozzles. I've got some of the Fadus nozzles. I had another Undertaker nozzle here. Yeah, there's a West 3D Undertaker nozzle 0.6. I've got some Fadus and Slice Engineering ones as well. So I tend to get different nozzles so that I can try them out and play around with different sizes. So how's that tiny camera going to capture such a big personality? Good question, Avidus. I don't know. It may not. It may not capture all of this. It just may not do it. The scary part is I can also tell it to zoom in. It goes, zooms right in on the head. So that could be a scary thing. I could maybe make that like a redeem on the channel, and that'll scare little children away. So yeah, I do have a tube. I have a, I don't know what nozzle. somebody gave me a titanium nozzle. I've got a 0.4 titanium nozzle that's currently sitting in here, but that's going to come out and we're going to put the 1.0 Undertaker. And I've got to partially take it apart anyhow in order to get the heat sink and the heater and the thermistor in. It's going to have a 100-watt heater cartridge in it. And yeah, I'm looking forward to getting this bad boy up and running. I am looking forward to getting this one up and running. And then there's going to be at least one more tube in my future because I was talking with KB3D. I have some ambitions, and if said ambitions start up the way I anticipate, there may be need for a 500 or 600 size printer. And I hear that Luke's Lab, Luke and working with Luke's Lab, sells this thing called a StableBot. And if I remember right, I think his smallest StableBot is the one that he takes to the shows, and it's a 600 cube. So we're going to do a stream on installing at least one set of these. So Dragoon 2, so let me switch over here. So Dragoon 1, Dragoon 2. Dragoon 2 currently is running a conch hot end. Conch, whatever. So it's got the Fadus conch hot end in it, which is the silicon carbide tip. This one is destined to get a conch plus. And the question is what did I do with it? Okay, here it is. Conch plus hot end. And this hot end is the one that has the silicon carbide tip, but also has the end coat, internal coating to it. So yeah, so there's tip on it if I can get it to focus. Yes. Yeah, standard tip. It's got the silicon carbide tip on it. This little sucker right here is like 20 something dollars, but it comes just like this. It comes bare. So that's another reason why I bought the the hot end or the heater and thermistor cartridge, because what I want to do is basically do a straight cut over and still have the ability to easily drop in the old one if need be. So we will be installing this. Since I'll have the front cover off anyhow, we can do the jetpack. And then one of them, most likely Dragoon 1, will get the Panda light added, as well as the whoops, sorry. It'll get the heater upgrade. So this is the little Inkbird heater upgrade that Ember Prototypes talked about. So we'll add this in there so we can add some chamber temp to it, because I do have a couple of materials that may be a little bit happier with some additional heat. So that will be some planned upgrades, and I think I'm going to do that on the YouTube channel, and we'll do our first YouTube live stream doing that. And let me see. I'm going to try and just turn this around so maybe you can get me and not get the full frontal of that side light there. So yeah, that's some of the upgrades that we've got coming to the channel. Let me move these over here to the desk and out of the way some. Now, when we start talking about the next thing, which is the LH Stinger, right? So the LH Stinger came my way after a conversation with Fabrico, Hector at Fabrico. So Fabrico, out at 3D Printopia. We came to a mutually agreed upon price for it, and yeah, we went ahead and picked this up. So the LH Stinger, the Dragon said it may not capture all of this. Miss Dragon likely looked like she was having a seizure or her eyes rolled so far back in her head. You may think of a different camera with the panda light. It makes it hard to see. Um, okay, I'll have to take a look at that. Yes, yes, and folks, I will say this: the printers that I have built on stream, okay, um, I do not get kits for free, right? These are definitely my own opinion. You see, I am not reviewing like the X1 Carbon and things like that. I'm not a review stream. I'm a build stream, a tinkering stream. Um, KB3D did give me the base black box, and then I bought all my tool head components and had to make some changes because of the decisions that I made. Bad. Um, but for the most part, what we do is we come to terms on shipping and extras and stuff like that to make it so that it's, yeah, we each have skin in the game type of thing, right? So who knows where that's going to go from here. I will tell you that I just signed some paperwork today and sent it in. So hopefully in a few days, I will get notification and I will have a company dated as of today. Um, Not going to reveal the name yet, but yes, we are coming up with a business entity. It is going to be a limited liability corporation or a company. It will just be me and Miss Dragon to start with, but we may rope in or leverage Evil Diesel as need be. So the kit that we're working with is a FISEC kit. I will say that this is FISEC's price off of their website. If you buy it from them, you're going to pay to have it shipped from overseas. So I'm not sure if it's all in at 800 or if there's going to be shipping added on there. I'm pretty sure there will be shipping. Um, but this printer is what we're going to be building. Okay, it is a standard Cartesian bed flinger. It is dual wide motors, a single X motor, though it can be configured to have dual X-axis gantry motors, and then dual Z motors. The big box you see over here on the side is the electronics. This will be running 5160s for the X and Y and 48 volts for other things. Or I'm sorry, for 24 volts for other things. So we will have both 48 and 24 volt. As you can see here, it can print very, very fast. Ask Delmar. It's got a pair of 5015 fans that are shooting down. It uses a Dragon ultra high flow hot end. And what you're seeing along the back here are two rear skirt fans that you can kick on. And I want to say those are, we'll have to see. I know that they call it out, but 3030s, 3030 across the top, 3060 on the uprights, 3090 on the bottom. And I believe it's a 2020 for the X-axis. Once again, a Dragon Ultra High Flow. Lightweight carriage components. The entire bed system is carbon fiber. We're actually going to have to bond it together with epoxy. Has a Sherpa all-metal extruder. Uses a spider board. Once again, 35160 drivers. So that's your 2Y and your X. And then the Z and the extruder are going to be TMC 2209s, running at 24 volt. It says Raspberry Pi 4 2 gig. I will be surprised if there's a Raspberry Pi in the box. Good cable management. So there is a breakout board that sits on the printer, and then cables come from this over to that other box. Makes things a little bit more serviceable. Here we go. 9733 blower fans providing 64 cubic, what was that? Cubic feet per minute of auxiliary cooling. So needless to say, those will be loud. Those will be really loud. Printer with a conveyor belt. We had one of those. It was called an Interbelt. It now lives at Rittenhouse's, with Rittenhouse. Even with the camera issue, I love the Panda LED upgrade. You know what? I've been fine so far with the lighting. I just wanted to try it out and see what it does. But yeah, oh yeah, those are going to be noisy. Like, we've got the VZBot 235 that has the CPAP, and I thought that was loud. Then we got the rat rig, and when that thing kicks in, so the cooling fan on the rat rig is like a 3620 something. It's basically it's one of these, right? The 3628. These things are server fans. They're made to be in a server room. They don't care about noise in a server room. These things are flipping loud. And the takeoff that I'm going to put on the Trident 350 has 2 of these. So, yeah, I may have to clad the side of that thing in soundproofing, or Mrs. Dragon's going to kick me out of the house and then throw the printer out. But we'll see. And then let's see, what else? Funny, so it comes with a Sherpa Mini, but I'll be darned if that doesn't look like an orbiter sitting on the top of it. Which does not have a compatible bolt pattern. But this is everything it should be in the box. It does have a nozzle input shaper, which is great because you have to unscrew the nozzle, screw that in, do your input shaping, then take your nozzle out, put the nozzle back in, take the board out, put the nozzle back in, and then heat tighten it and do all that good stuff. Oh, hey, Timor, how's it going? So what we're going to do is make sure I don't dox myself or give myself a hernia again. And come over to the bench side. Well, we have the bench side, we have the overhead. Let's actually do the overhead. Why a bed slinger? Why not? If you saw this thing at 3D Printopia, you'll know why. Let me see. They may not have the... here we go. Why a bed slinger? Yeah. This thing, I believe, Delmar was saying that he had it at like 30,000 Excel on his that was over at the Fabrico booth. And he had to literally take the remote or the controller away from Hector because Hector kept trying to show people like, hey, watch this. And like basically turn it up like 100 to like 1,000% or whatever until it basically just hard crashed. So yeah, it's more of proving what can be done with a bed flanger, right? Because we do some things like that. We don't just, I really do prefer my systems to be um, reliable. So I will probably not run it that fast that often, and I probably will not be doing it with me sitting in the room with it, just because I wouldn't be able to hear anything. But um, looks like motor wires, uh, end stop switches, stuff like that. Everything is labeled. Let me do this. Go back up. So we have a bunch of wires, right? We have more wires here. So we got a bunch of wires, USB cable, heater, and thermistor. So that's great. That tells me we're building our tool head. Yes. This is PEI. Probably could have been packed a little bit nicer, but I mean, it's PEI. They actually say in the notes not to use this initially, right? Because you have a carbon fiber bed, you can print directly on carbon fiber beds. The issue is if you do this, if you put this down first and then you have to adjust the springs or anything on the bed, you're going to have to cut holes in this, and then you have holes where you won't have anything above the screws. So yeah. So we've got the carbon fiber parts. We've got the carbon heating device. Oh, I guess it helps if I actually put the LH Singer carbon heating device. Very nice board considering the fact that it's going to be sitting like this and you're not going to see that, but that is carbon fiber. So we've got carbon fiber bed, carbon fiber. There's your bed frame that we'll have to bond together and stuff. We've got, this is the breakout board. So steppers, sensors. So these will be the two breakout boards, most likely power coming in, and everything else will be plugging in basically from this row up. So this will sit on the printer, and then our spider which is right here, will be sitting in the box that we'll build. And this is the Spider version 3. So it looks like a pretty good, well-made board. Figure it out there. Pretty good, well-made board. We got our Arachnid logo So promote me in the land of turbo geeks, yeah. So this is some steppers. These are 2209s. There is a SD card in here. Let's see what kind. A 16 gig no name SD card. I'll figure gig no name. Some TMC drivers. And I'm kind of wondering, like, was this actually supposed to be on a side over here where it's protected a little bit better versus flopping around? I don't know. We'll try and do something like that. Power supply. See what kind of power supply we have here. Yeah. Huh. This is a Delta 48 volt 200 watt power supply. So 48 volt, that's about what, 4 amp? That is a Delta. Tell over here. So they didn't really cheap out there. I mean, all right, so first layer down. See what's on the next layer. We've got, I think these are something to do with the X or Z axis. Our pulleys and everything. I believe everything in here is, or there should be a lot of 9mm. Oh, 6mm, 6mm. So it looks like 6mm belts. We've got some shafts, some more wire. Again, these are your pre-made like umbilical wires here. So you got your big microfit connector and then your breakout pigtails. So let's do a little comparison here. Hey, that guy makes, welcome on in. Let's do a little bit of comparison here. Yeah, dual ball bearing, 50-15 fan, right? 50-15 fan, standard fans that we're used to using. Sitting on top of the 97-33 fan. Slight difference there. Like you could literally put these, almost both of them, in the exhaust port on these blowers. These things are massive. Got some 4010, most likely for the hot end. Some 6020s will be for cooling the electronics. Other umbilical cables. Once again, those umbilical cables look like they're very well made. We've got power cable. We've got our bisect linear rails. 2, 4, 5 linear rails. Oh yeah. The input shaper, the nozzle input shaper board. Got the nice pre-made cable for it. Push your board. Hey, Eagle the Dragon, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Foot's doing okay. I switched over to my tennis shoes to provide a little bit more cushion while I'm standing up doing the stream. Maybe in a little bit here, we'll sit down and start actually doing a build. We've got, yeah, this is the bottom. Good. We've got motors and give me a motor. 1.8 degree hybrid stepper motors. So kind of chunky. They do have 5-sec motors on them. So, oops. So it looks like we've got 3 of those. So that'll be the X and Y most likely. 2 smaller ones. These will be for the Z. We do have the all metal Sherpa Mini. With a Moon stepper motor on it. Hey, Penny Ruxpin, how's it going? A bag full of fasteners. Go ahead and just sit that out there. Zip ties, some snips, and some drivers. These are ball end drivers. I mean, they look pretty decent, but we'll see. You know, they gave us tools, so that's cool. Electrical outlet. Some screws and PTFE tubes. So that looks like it's part of the, whatchamacallit, the hot end. Speaking of the hot end, there's the Dragon Ultra High Flow hot end. So I have that. I have a feeling these are the 5160s. Like fully sealed. We'll open those up when we get to them. Cable sleeving. Pretty things up. Look at that. Captain tape. So here's the other thing. You can take this tape and lay it on your bed and print directly on the Captain tape, because that, I believe, is basically bed PEI. Feet, corner brackets, some other rubber pieces. There's some big joining plates. And then here you go. 3090. So that's going to be pretty substantial. And we'll see some more of this 3090 when we get the rat rig mill at some point. I think that's going to come out sometime in November. Well, we're in November. I think it's towards the end of November that'll come out. 2020, the 3030 upright. So that's there. And you know what? Where do we want to start here? So let's do something real fast. Yeah, so hybrid, if you're trying to print really fast, you're going to need the large amount of cooling to cool things down through the layers. The problem is what you're doing is shock cooling the filament, right? And when you do that, it becomes brittle. You're not getting as good layer lines, or not layer lines, but adhesion of the layers. And that's another reason why it's like I am probably not going to run this at its full potential other than, a few YOLO runs on it. Just because it's going to be incredibly loud, and then two, um, the prints are not going to be structural and functional, right? If you want structural and functional, you really need to probably go a little bit slower. And I have found that even at bamboo speeds, I have gotten some things that have been a little sus as far as strength goes. I'm going to set this down over here on the ground. I'm going to take these two layers and set them down on the ground as well. Because I have a feeling that we're going to get started tonight because, well, why not, right? So once again, from FISEC, it's about $800. You're going to have it shipped, and it's probably going to be coming from or actually, it will be coming from overseas. If you want to get the LH Stinger from Fabrico, it looks like they do have 7 of them. It's $830, but they're ready to ship immediately, right? Once again, I don't know if they're going to add shipping or if that includes shipping. I don't know. You know what? The one thing that we didn't see in that box either, the Raspberry Pi. So, maybe if you go through FISEC, you get the Raspberry Pi. Maybe you don't. I don't know. It'd be worth saving $30 and taking longer to get it shipped if I get the Raspberry Pi with it. But okay. So next up, we have the LH Stinger kit. Here's where we get to talk about the printed parts. It has information on the configuration, the wiring, some kit notes, so things to be cognizant of. Now, the nice thing, they've got these trays pre-laid out. It does make it a little bit easier. These are pre-laid out for, I believe, the bamboo size printers. I may be mistaken. Maybe I am. I think I did have to reorganize them a little bit. But I did go through and get things printed out once again, for the kit. You need to print the Toolhead Dragon Ultra High Flow Sherpa Mini because it comes with a Sherpa Mini. You decide to put an Orbiter 2 on it instead, then of course you would print the version that has that, right? It could be more of a one-trick pony. Like I said, I don't know. It's just a really cool printer. They do have stuff in here for doing the install, the wiring. Now, when we get to the wiring portion, we are going to have to really, really, really look at some things because it shows the wiring diagram, right? Shows the board layout, the wiring diagram. That's all good. Talks about the different cables for the sensors, the steppers, the power. Kit notes, PEI sheets. This is the one note. It's advised not to install the supplied PEI sheet due to the difficulty of removing the adhesive. Printing on the bare plate works. It's basically don't apply any type of surface sheet until you're sure that everything's working good and you don't have to disassemble the bed. Okay. Sherpa Mini. Reverse the motor orientation so that the cable points downwards. Didn't even look at that. Does it point upwards or downwards? It's pointing upwards. So, okay, yeah, here's where we kind of get into the differences for this kit, right? We have to reverse the motor. Um, Check if the mating of the bottom surface is flush. Blah. Okay, so do some of that. Verify some things. Bomb changes. And then here's the big thing, issues. There is a plethora of issues specifically around different wires that we may have to check and repin. I don't know if this has been fixed or not. This is on the GitHub. I don't know how old these notes or issues are. So once again, when we get to wiring, everybody, hey, check the errata, right? We definitely need to go through and check. Like they have pre-soldered end stops, but it says, hey, you actually have to route the end stop. So you may have to desolder, install the end stop and route the cable and then resolder. Oh yeah, it should be doing speed boats and a lot of other speed things. This is like we did it because we can, right? So there's just a bunch of errata. The Z feet pads. These were those things that we saw. The choice of hard rubber material for the pad is not ideal for the intended weight distribution. This will most likely affect the resonance testing results and input shaping. Um, Performance by minimizing decoupling of the axis. Fix. Replace the feet with hard foam material, which allows for some compression. I think is what this stuff. So there's things that we can do to make things better, right? So just various things in here that we're going to have to go through and look at once we get into the wiring. Okay, with that said, I'm going to somewhat desk scroll all the way back up to the top because that is specific to this kit. Next, we're going to click over here on the assembly guide. Open that up. General notes. I recommend to thoroughly read this guide and consult the CAD before and during the build. Didn't just wing it. Oh yeah, so here's the thing. It can provide high print quality at good speeds or at fast speeds. The question is the durability of the print. Are you having issues with layer adhesion, right? Because in order to get those speeds, you are going to have to kick on those other fans and you're going to be shot cool. So you're going to have to play with it to make sure. This is a DIY experimental project. Information is provided as is without any guarantee, warning, blah, 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 blah. It is 100% up to you if you set your house on fire. Understood. Different CAD assemblies for the printer, the tool head, E-box, the aux fan, breakout box. So we may be pulling that up in another window as we go through the build. The nice thing is I believe you can do these things in whatever order you want. Like there's nothing that stops us from starting with the E-box immediately, right? Or doing some of the other parts and subassembly. So an advanced build, take your time, prepare beforehand, get familiar with the guide and the CAD models, okay? You'll be required to have the online CAD viewer open to reference the exact hardware components needed during the assembly process. Yes. Awesome. Printed parts, cleaning and lubing the layer rails, CF carriage assembly, bed heater, kits, yep, preloading square nuts. Please come back to this session whenever you permanently close both ends of an extrusion member. You are not required to preload all of the square nuts illustrated below before starting the assembly process, but you do want to make sure that they're all there before you close up the ends. That will prevent you from sliding new ones in. It's often easier to attach the brackets and hardwares to one of the extrusion members and then sliding it into the corresponding part. Remember to insert the Z linear rails as instructed before closing the frame. Yeah, it'll be a little while. I think we're going to slow build this one a little bit. We're going to have to jump around and fix some other things. So I am working with Waters, who was here on the last stream. He's really my point of contact into Evocate 3D, which is the local brick and mortar store. And the 2.4 that we're working on back here, Kyber Dragon, is destined to go over to their store. Now they are moving from, I think it's a 400 square foot place to like 2,300 square feet. So they should have plenty of room. Printed guide parts. The other parts contains the additional set of parts designed to aid you during the assembly process. Recommended to print these parts and refer to the CAD printer assembly for instructions on their usage they are also provided as individual STLs as needed. Okay, we have those. And by the way, printed parts for the Stinger. Yes. There's the tools. These are the main printer parts. That's actually parts of the e-box. Here's the other parts of the e-box. Gonna be pretty big. These are the auxiliary fans and the breakout box parts. So yeah, I tried to separate everything so it'll make it easier. So if we decide to build some things out of order, we should be able to get to the parts that are needed at that point. So printing slow seems to get more strength, all other things equal. I wonder how much of that is cooling related. And that's the thing. One, you're staying under the max hot inflow. You are going slower. So the layers are at an appropriate temp where they can the one layer gets chemically and physically smushed together and it can bond better. When you're trying to print really, really fast, you may be overrunning your extruder at some point, which is going to give you a non-optimal layer height and smush. But it's also having to shock cool the previous layer. So as it's coming back around and laying that new hot molten piece, it's one, it's being shock cooled as well, but you're not getting a good layer adhesion between the two layer lines, right? So that's where you'll see more failures at a layer line than at a where you may see a more jagged break on something that you print slower and hotter, right? When I was doing max flow testing of the Betis XG hot end under the beta, right? I had it printing over here on Iron Dragon, the Trident over here in the corner, and I was printing ABS at 290 and getting 45 millimeters cubed per second. So it will do it. And printing it hotter like that, um, it will bond really, really well to the previous layers. But at the same time, you stand the chance of cooking it in the hot end and causing other problems with trying to do that. So it is a balancing act. Do the Annex dudes print printer parts at crazy speed acceleration? I will tell you that I have run the Annex K3 down there at 10,000 plus acceleration, and it'll print. It will print. That Rapido is a pretty hefty and reliable printer. So you can get good quality prints, but once again, I would be doing that with ABS or ASA, that you are going to be printing at a hotter temp with less fan. Because you're going to be able to get the maximum flow rate out of it. And yeah, it'll just work out a little bit better that way. So let's see, tips for holding T-nuts in position can be found among these parts. Oh, clips for holding T-nuts in position found among these parts and can be positioned by inserting a hex key into the circular hole. That's slightly. Are you like embedding, like are you putting the nut inside the plastic part and then moving it around? I'm confused there. Hey, frame. Assembly order. Due to the modular nature of the design, you are free to build the main assemblies in any order you like. My personal preference is to approach the build in the following sequence: E-box, the tool head, the main frame, the X, Y axis. Because the E-box is pretty much a complete standalone box. You just leave off to the side. Then you build the tool head and mainframe XY. I don't know. I think I'm just going to do like normal. Build the mainframe to include the X and Y axis. Add the tool head to the X axis. Kind of go that route. It is recommended to assemble the Y axis independent from the rest of the frame and to mount it in the printer in the end. Okay. Sort of makes sense. Drill and tap guide. If your extrusions did not come pre-tapped, following areas will have to be tapped to accommodate M8 screws. Highlighted brackets are not made for M8 screws, so the holes marked in blue will have to be enlarged with a drill and tapped. Well, the good thing is we do have drilled and tapped frames from what I saw, or at least the one frame I pulled out had drills and taps, or holes drilled and tapped. And yes, these are looking like they are drilled and tapped. Got a long one, a short one. These will be the two uprights. And then this will be the cross member and the gantry. So if this is the 3030 cross member, then this should be the 3030 lower member. which means the shorter 3030 here is going to be the y-axis. So I'll set that off to the side along with the X gantry. So this should be the 4 pieces for the main frame. Oh yeah, yeah, definitely. I have no there is no, I was going to say business need, but there's no pressing need for this printer. This printer is not filling a need that I cannot fill with any of my other printers. It is a printer. That is cool, right? Um, so we've got a plethora of other printers around here that we can turn on and print with. We don't need this one. This one is just kind of cool. It's going to be uh, a piece on the table. So yeah, hey 3D Medic Vince, welcome in. Nick, I'm not sure if I actually said hi to you, but hi Nick. Yes, that is the niche that it is filling. It is a cool printer. That's the niche right there. Frame squareness. The printer is designed to be assembled using die-cast metal brackets. This will add extra rigidity and ensure that you do not have to rely on the precision of extrusion cuts. Okay. Even so, the quality of brackets is important in checking for their squareness before assembly is recommended. Do not be afraid to shim parts where needed to achieve a square fit. Since the mainframe is composed by only 4 extrusions, it's worth spending some extra time during assembly to ensure it is as square as possible. The nature of the high preload rails require precise alignment and care. You'll be able to notice small deviations during the carriage movement, provide feedback if something is not right or if it binds. Okay. Most valuable tool during this process is a machinist square. And 123 box. Hey zombie, how's it going? So we have a 123 block. We have a machinist square. So well, it's not the, it is a machinist square. It's Japanese, good quality. Oh, how's it going, zombie? That guy makes. How's it going? Yeah, Zombie, I believe, well, Zombie has been working on his black box build. I believe he's going to take a strategic pause on that and switch over to a new box that arrived today. If I remember the X post right. So frame assembly. We are going to need some of those die cast brackets, and I'm sure some of the yeah, let's just do the dramatic, right? We'll move that stuff aside, switch over the overhead, and we're just going to do this. So once again, a bag of fasteners. We do get some big ones. These are 3030 M3, 3030 M6. There's some 2020 M3, and then just like, hey, pick bags. Okay, so we're gonna do the hunt and peck again of trying to find the right bag for the right fastener we need at the right time. Because I am not going to sit here and try and sort all of this stuff out into an appropriate build thing. I may over time get them in the right order from size or something like that, but we will dig and build as we go. We're gonna need, what do we need? M6 12 by 1.6 washers. M6 washers. M6 washers. M6 by 10 millimeter. M6 by 10. 2, 3, 3. 3 by 36. And 30 T-nut square and 5. Great. 3 by 12. 45. 6 by 12. M6 by 10 button head. M6 by 12 socket head. And M6 by 14 countersunk. Probably many different types. M6 by 14 flathead, not counter, flathead. Okay. I think we got all the relevant fasteners that were called out for that. Washer, aka shim ring. Ten, 12, 14. Oh, and M8 by 16. There we go. Need 3030 M6 T square nuts. Foam foot pads that'll be down there. We need the 3030 joining plates. Where do we see the joining plates at? '90-degree corner 6 slot. 90-degree corner 6 slot. I'm assuming it's talking about that. Well, it says 1. Not sure if we'll need 1 or 2. Need quarter brackets, die cast 90-degree corner, no tabs. Good question. We'll hopefully be able to tell by the diagram. Oh, then we get the top bracket frame. Let's come back up here and grab the, we're going to start with the frame. Let's grab the printer online CAD viewer. You'll have to wait and see. Uh-oh. Yeah, I saw the box. No, Zombie's not going to need printed parts for what he got. What's the LH Stinger kit? So the LH Stinger kit, and of course well, this is the LH Stinger kit. Oh, you're not seeing. This is the LH Stinger kit. It is a Cartesian bed flinger, dual Y motors, single X. They're running at 48 volts. The um, the two Z motors, so 1Z, 2Z, and the extruder are running at 24 volts. We'll have an electronics breakout box here, and everything will be chained into the breakout box, and then there will be wires that come out of the breakout box that go over to an E-box, which will hold the actual whatchamacallit, electronics. Yeah, this is what we're going to be looking at building. We're just going to be kind of digging down through here. Furnace, yes, yes, yes. Top bracket, frame top bracket. Recommended to use thread locker for screws. For the screws, part of the frame assembly. Loctite cannot touch printed parts or they will degrade. Use only for pulleys and large metal to metal assemblies. Double check the squareness between each member during and after the assembly to make sure that you didn't tighten things and pull it out of alignment. Start with the main bottom 3090 400 millimeter extrusion and attach the left 3060 400 millimeter. So once again, everything here is 400 millimeters. They're all the same. We'll have two 3060s, a 3030, and then a 3090. So this is a 3090, which will be the base. We'll have a 3060, which will be an upright. Looks like we're going to need a quarter bracket, one of these. And I probably want to swap this around. Go to this view. There we go. So I need to apologize for the camera views right now. The main camera is out. Did get a replacement end. All application. That. Working on corner. And for this one, which you guys like better? The overhead view or the bench view angle? Yes, this takes bed slinging to a whole new level. Yes, this is a Berber bed slinger. Let me see if the main one has. Look, upcoming projects. They're going to make an enclosure for it. Video here. Instruction guide. Board. Yep. No video there. Let me. Here you go. LH Stinger test print, 1,000 millimeters per second, 30,000 Excel. and an ad. Of course there's guys. So, yes, better go burr and go burr really, really fast. So that is what we're building. So it looks like we're going to need a 90-degree like this, and then a 90-degree like this. Okay. We're also going to need the plates, which are down in here. Which you actually have to play at to get out of the bag without ripping the bag open, because you might want to reuse this bag. Some of these bags are worth trying to keep, so. But it can't make PBJs. Nope. But think, talking about weird machines, I mean, you do have the FarmBot printer, which can actually do your, your gardening and stuff for you. But there's also, the pancake printer. You've got the cocoa press where you can do your chocolates and stuff. But there may also be other cool things as well. Um, what was I just thinking of? God, brain fart. John Schoen, actually, Proper Printing just made a printer that would literally push hot glue, and he printed a benchy out of hot glue. So frame members are not closed. If the frame members are not closed on both sides, it is then easier to preload subassemblies that use T-nuts by loosely attaching the screws and sliding them in. Okay. After these are square and fully tightened, preload the required square T-nuts and attach the second Z extrusion. See with the rest of the preloaded square T-nuts. Insert the MG12 H250 linear rail. Okay, this would be why they say, hey, use the fusion model to know what you're doing. Because part of what I'm seeing here is what size fastener. That brought the fastener, brought me in on the fastener, but it doesn't tell me. So I wonder, open in Fusion. We're going to try and open this directly in Fusion 360. Done right in Fusion 360, then I will get the browser window and I can actually click on things and know what screws and stuff I need for each spot, which will definitely be a good requirement. Whoops. What I want to do. Polymaker that just went live. I was like, who just went live? Polymaker. Did this? Views. I don't think that loaded. What? This. Apparently not. So give me 1 second. What we're going to do is I'm going to come over here and wait. Download this and bring us up on MainCAD because that way we'll be able to look around and we'll use the instructions as well as the CAD because we're going to need to know, like it called out 4 different sizes of hardware. Well, which one do we use where? Having the CAD open is going to be able to tell us that. It would probably have been easier to just open up those certain things, but you know, why just look? The other thing I want to be careful of is I know there are going to be nuts that need to go in the middle here in order to attach the y-axis. So we're going to need to make sure that we get the right screw pieces. What is that? How does that even? Because it's not going in directly. Brackets here. Connect it from the. Okay. Oh, show properties. M6 by 12. Okay. Also, those are M6 by 12. Okay. So, then what are the ones coming into the M6 by 10 button heads? 6 by 10 button head. Bottom. Be 2 there. And what kind of nuts are these going into? .30 M6. 30 M6 square nut. So We need 2 of these, one of our plates with a M6x10 button head. Okay. Up and slide them in. There are those. Got the got one plate going in here. That started. This upright, I guess we'll start off on this. This upright is going to have a main corner piece, and these were M6x12s. Six by 12 with a washer underneath. M6x12 with a washer underneath. Hey, Chewy, how's it going? Yep. So what you need to do, Chewy, is look at Esoterical's page. It will walk you through doing the update of your SB2209. And believe it or not, the last couple of times I did that error myself, the Esoterical page worked like a charm. And it was the first time I didn't have to go and like reinstall everything as if it was from scratch. Okay, so here is going to be my thought process. The bracket that I'm putting in is going to be a 3060. This base is going to be, it's got screws and stuff, so it's not going to sit flat. So what I'm going to do is use my build platform as it's intended, and use the build platform as it's intended. And I'm going to get this lined up and go there, you go there, come on. Where do you? Here we go. So I'm going to use my build platform as intended to help me keep everything flush on this one face that we're building from. So what we're doing is we're building this front, rear, whichever. We're going to build this face because these are flush on the table. There's my 90-degree metal one right here in this corner. The other one, I believe, goes here at this back corner, which will be that other weird 90-degree one. Yeah. That's a flathead and a button head. That's it. So we've got these two sitting in here. This piece is going to have a flathead here and a button head in the round side. Makes it really, really weird. So here's the base plate, the 90-degree square is up against this side. The rounded edge is up against that side. So it's going to go in there like that. So this is where we need to understand and slide in our hardware before we can't get to it. So this one needs hardware coming in this way. This side is going to be the flathead screw. So that would be a M14 flathead. Oh, yeah, M614. We'll go down in there. I'm going to have to go and grab my other, my ball. Well, I guess I could use theirs. So that'll go there. And then this one's going into the end. So there won't be a fastener there. It will just be into the frame itself. So that's going to be the M8 by 16, I think. Or is that the M8 by 16? Which is going to be a 5mm driver. So let's get their tools out. We'll use those for this build. See if they provide all the appropriate drivers. How do you provide drivers that do not work? Like this is the largest driver that's in there, and it does not work for the M8 hardware. So first party foul. They do not provide the appropriate wrenches for all the fasteners. First party foul. Good thing I brought my own. And I have not Loctited anything in yet because I'm just trying to make sure that we can get everything in. This one I think will start to Loctite because this is going into the frame section. So shouldn't have an issue with that. Okay. So I will be having an issue because we did say it was an M8 by 16, right? An M8 by 16 button head screw. We make sure that it was drilled and tapped for an M8. So, pay attention because the drilled and tapped is down at the bottom of this. So, we're going to have to play. The drill and tap is down here, which will be on the top, which means this is going to go over like this. Need to get this one going, and this was M6 by 10 button heads. Hey, Pezliz, how's it going? So, M6 by 10, straight in. And so what we're trying to do here is just start getting our stuff set up. We're just going to do the base frame at least tonight to get things started. And so there's that part. This part goes in that way and that way. And then like that. Now the other thing I wanted to make sure was will this screw through? Will not. So do we need to modify the corner brackets, or are there two different types of corner brackets in here? Because that's going to suck if there are. Ah, so there's two different corner brackets here that are in the same package. And these somehow look like they've been modified because, well, they have threads in them. So not this one we need to use. It'll be one of these. And once again, that was a flathead. M6 flathead. Okay. So we've got this kind of squarish in here. I want to go ahead and I'm going to start by putting the M8 in because, well, that's going to go through this corner bracket directly into the extrusion. So that's going to give me a good starting point. So I want to make sure that everything here is straight with that bottom plate. Good, good. Now, what I really want to do is start going one by one. I'm going to go with this one first because I can use this bottom plate to make sure that I am flat between these two pieces. And I'm going to do this one, and then I'll come down here and do the other one. But we're going to just have to work our way around the build one corner at a time and putting in our Loctite. And that actually looks like it was not straight, so. Okay. Are there screws underneath? There are. These are the M8 by 16 button heads, so going into the very bottom. So that actually will help us, whoops, line that up. Crack that off, make it loose. So once again, this should help line up the bracket with the extrusion. And once again, make sure you're using the right side of the extrusion that'll have your brackets. Or I'm sorry, the drilled holes for the brackets in it. Peanuts. Why do I not like them? Because they continuously roll on you. Trying to line things. Okay. Those are back in. Grab the one that we put some Loctite on and one end, Loctite on the other one. Put that one in. Now we've got a couple of things that should help us to start tightening things up and lining things up. And I'm not going to really crank down on these just yet. I'm just going to snug them up. Because once again, this is now snug this plate up here. That makes everything a little snug there. Snug this one up. We'll need to snug these up, and these we'll want to also put Loctite on, but now we're playing with gravity. Now we're playing with gravity. So put Loctite on these before you start putting things together. That way your bolts don't move on you when you got to tighten them down. I'm not fully tightening this at this time. I'm just getting it snug just like I did all the others. I want to get all the bolts in, and then we'll snug the frame up at once all the way around to make sure that we're getting nice, good, tight, and square connections. Same thing is going to have to happen with these. Pop these back out, put Loctite on them, and drop them back down in there, and then we'll snug them up. Give me 1 second, Chewy, and I'll respond to you. one piece is done. We'll do this one. Once again, all I'm doing is getting these basically started. And I'll come back and tighten all this stuff up once I get the frame ready to go together. It will be, I mean, 30 series, you should be able to just crank it down one corner at a time as you're building it. However, it's going to be good practice to just get it all snugged up and then work on tightening it up all the way around once you have your stuff in there, because that will allow you that's going to allow me to square this up, and that's why I'm building it with the one side that's facing down. Now what I need to do, this is space I'm working. What I'm trying to do here is see if there's anything along this front edge that I have to put in. I need to put these two things in. These are 614, M614. So I need these two pieces in. This is a plastic piece. I don't think these have anything in this. We'll come back here and double check on our assembly guide what it was saying needs to have pieces. Basically, we did these two, got these two pieces here, the two pieces on the front. Actually, I need to back up here because we need nuts. So 2 in the front, 2 in the back. Two M30x6s in the front, 2 on the back side. Front and back side, I don't know which one. But one there, one there. The others will be on the top. And I think we're good now to close up the other bottom piece here. We've got this side on. We're going to be good to lay this side in. And keep these things going. That goes there. Goes there. There. This is the other special one, which will be used on this side. This one's going to go like this. We'll need our another square bracket right here. Standard square bracket. Which once again is our standard M6x12s with washers and the lock nuts. Or I'm sorry, not the lock nuts, the T-nuts. Hey, Jano, how's it going? It should be raspberry. I don't think I would have checked or changed that from raspberry. If raspberry is not working though, then I may have incidentally used a different default, and I'll have to get that to you. Now, real fast, does that have a Raspberry Pi or is it a CB1? Because if it's a CB1, it should be BQ. If it's a Raspberry Pi, it should be Pi and Raspberry. We are putting some Loctite on this ahead of time, so I don't have to do what I just did before. And how is it going there, Big Jano, sir? Have you started printing your thing today, or your piece? And if so, does your gingerbread or does your house smell of gingerbread? Inquiring minds really want to know. It's for a pie. I'm assuming that's gotcha. Okay, where we got? We got Loctite in here. We're good there. These actually need to have Loctite added to them. So let me pull this back out. And we'll put Loctite on these. Don't have to go through the hassle later. Because of the speeds these are going, we really do want Loctite on these T-nuts because, once again, for those that are new here, I'll show you a little video here in a second about this printer and what it can do. Hey, Darth Gollum, welcome on in. Westbury won with the raid of 13. Hey, sis, how's it going? I wasn't sure if you were streaming tonight. We'll do a little recap here in a second. And by recap, what I mean is I'll come up here. Hey everybody, my name is Digital Dragon, and I'm a 3D printing variety streamer here on Twitch. For all of you that just came in from Westery One, thank you for the raid, sis. I'm actually chatting on this camera, waiting to see how long it takes before this camera freezes. The issue that I've been having is this camera, which is a Brio 4K, and this camera on the bench, which is a Brio 4K, are both one and the same, but this one keeps freezing for an unknown reason. To the point where I've gotten so incredibly fed up that we have a replacement for it, and that's probably why it's lasting so long. Westery One wants to collaborate. I'm sorry, Westery One. If you want to, go ahead and jump back in on there. Yeah, it's not freezing yet, which is kind of nice, but it's been freezing on and off. But we got a Ozbot Tiny 2 that will be replacing the main camera here. The nice thing is this has voice commands, gesture commands, and it will follow me. I can tell it to follow me, and it will follow me as I walk around the shop. So that'll be neat. Yeah, not the freezing part. Oh, you didn't mean to hit that. Mia did it. Well, see, Mia wants to talk to her Uncle Luke. That's what it is. How's it going, Mia? I hope you can hear me. Have you tried updating your PC or webcam drivers? So here's the issue. I don't know what driver to update. I keep looking, like trying to do searches, and it's like useless and pointless on the Logitech site. I will try. I have a feeling what happened was my Windows machine did an update and it broke things. Yeah, I miss Mia too, Westery. Yeah, the Ozbot's going to be a nice little upgrade. I was trying to wait until certain other things happened. So today I got the paperwork sent back to my CPA, and they're going to be filing. Hey, look, camera froze. Um, Imagine that. So I'll just sit down some now. So down here, and you're not getting much of that light in your face. So I filed the paperwork today to begin the process of setting up a LLC. So we will be having an LLC here real soon, which will also mean some branding changes to go along with said new name. Now, with that being said, I am always going to be Digital Dragon. Digital Dragon 72. Mrs. Dragon will always be Mrs. Dragon. There will just be a company name, and we'll have, paraphernalia for the company, and Digital Dragon is a entity that works for said company, right? So some things will change probably around, there'll be some merchandise stuff. There'll be some things that will change as far as branding on X and YouTube and over here and stuff, but it's going to be centered around branding changes due to the company. So just wanted to throw that out there and kind of get that out in the wild. But we opened up some boxes. As I said, we had the Ozbot Tiny 2 come in today. We also had, it actually came in earlier in the week, I think Tuesday night, was the box from West 3D that was my winter or Halloween sale procurement. And that had some Panda jetpacks, some heaters and thermistors for the bamboo hot ends for the X1C. I had 3 Undertaker nozzles that came in. I had 2.5s and a 1.0. And the 1.0 is going to go on our tube hot end that goes on the Trident 350. Hey, Tugboat, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. Yes, and protect your assets. It is going to be an LLC. So I am going to print a mini Mia. I will do that. Oh, do we want to? I mean, we have mini Mia here. She's well protected in the Warhammer 40K chaplain's helmet. But if we need to, we have our mini Mia. We have our little Mia. We're getting several plushies here. So we have our little mini Mia, right? She stays hidden because I hear that if the real Mia sees her, she kind of gets upset, goes a little ballistic. So we keep her back here. She keeps an eye on me on all streams from the protection of the Warhammer 40K chaplain's helmet. The other thing that we have, because this was funny, was we were coming back from KB3D. We found this at a truck stop. It is a Snoozables box turtle. And I figured since I've been doing a lot of box turtle content, I had to get one. Got the cute little tail and everything. So she's watching you right now and is a bit jealous. I bet you she is. And then I also got one of the panda lights for it as well. But I hear if you do that, it may wash out the camera. Oh, you hate to see it. There you go, Big Jano. Tugboat, I noticed the Raspberry Pi isn't getting power, only 4 cords. Or do I need to connect different ones? No, it should just be the 4 cords. I'll send you a picture. So you're going to skip the first. Yeah, I'll send you a picture. Yep, it is a box turtle. And give me 1 second. I'm going to put you on mute because I need to blow my nose, and you really don't want to hear that. So yes, there will be a YouTube stream coming up. I will post about it. I don't know exactly when it's going to be. It'll probably be after I get the camera swapped out. But we're going to put the Panda Jetpack on the same time we put the Punch Plus hot end on. Helps if I put it right side up. So Dragoon 2, you guys may remember, Dragoon 1 is still all stock. We're going to put the Conch hot end, which is a 0.4 nozzle, silicon carbide nozzle with the, or tip with the, was it the end coat internals for, you know, to deal with abrasives better. And at the same time, since we have to take the front off, we'll go ahead and do the jetpack update. What you guys don't know is the Dragoon 2, the second X1 carbine here, has been running the Conch hot end, which just has the silicon carbide tip and doesn't have the end coat heat break. And this has been running that for over a month now with zero problems. So it's been really doing good. I did do some speed tests on it a little while ago, and the speed test is actually, you know, it does help, but once again, I'm not trying to eke out the base, you know, the most you can. And then also, since Dragoon 1 tends to be the one that I run all of my ABS, abrasives, and I have some other things that I'm going to be printing in it. We've picked up the mini heater and the Inkbird controller that, and we're going to do the upgrade here that, oh, what's his name? Ember Prototypes has done up for the X1. So we're going to be making several upgrades to one X1 carbon. The other one's going to be pretty stock except for the Panda Jet bling and the Conch hot end, which, like I said, is a pretty good hot end. And is Eagle still there? Hey, Eagle. Family's doing good. Family's doing good. Your sister is home. She's relaxing. Yeah, we'll leave it at that. She is relaxing. She's a bit sore, but she is doing well and relaxing. Need an M8 by 16 to go into the. So what I'm doing is I'm using the big M8 by 16 screws. These are the ones that are going directly into the frame members. And I'm using this to basically square up this frame for the most part. So I'll flip over to the overhead. We've got two into the base of the upright. And then there's going to be one that comes in from this corner piece going into what is the lower base frame. So that's why I'm using these, because they're the long beefy suckers. And I'm going to be using these as basically the squaring mechanism for these parts. Okay. So these ones are in tight. That's going to probably set these pretty good. These two are in. They're not really snug down, so there is a tad bit of movement there. Um, but we're going to start going through and just tightening some things down. And once again, we're going to snug it. We're not going to ugga-dugga it at this point, just because we'll want to go through and make sure and square everything up as appropriate. And I'm really using my surface to flush up the whole front of the frame so that I'm ensuring that it's fully flush, which is going to help with squaring things up. Other side of the room reveal. Uh, yeah, I thought I've showed off the room a lot, but I don't know if you can see that. I mean, my hand's moving, but the block isn't. So that tells me that's square, and I still haven't. Yeah, that that is square. So we are square, and I haven't even locked this stuff in yet, and I don't want to until I get the top piece. Now, from a top piece perspective, I need to look at this here and see. I'm saying look at this here, and you guys have no clue. Yes, this is, sorry, Tugboat, this is the LH Stinger build. So I wanted to show this off too. So this is the LH Stinger. This is what we're building in action. This is doing like a top layer and then boom. This is not sped up. This is real time. This is 1,000 millimeters a second at 30K acceleration. So you can get up and boogie. What I'm doing here is I'm just trying to look at the frame and see where I need peanuts at. So looks like we're going to need some from this side, but that's probably going to be the corner bracket to hold our 30-30 in place. And then there'll be two in the front on each side, like two in the rear. There'll be the corner brackets. So corner bracket. These four go on the bottom to hold that on. This is going to hold the 30-30 on. So the others go on when we do the, so the smaller ones here I am throwing away, but some of the bigger ones I am keeping. So I'm looking at this, trying to make sure that I'm grabbing the right things. We're also going to look at what happened. I thought I brought it into Fusion. I had not brought it into. We were looking at this. So we've got the two nuts that go behind here in place on the frame, front and back. What I want to do is look at the top frame here. So we are using the 30-30 brackets at the top. And it looks like it's got the that's it. 30-30 at the top. And one's at the back. Me to mount this piece for the y-axis. Just going to flip back and forth here to make sure that I'm seeing everything. So there's two here. That'll be on the back side. So we need two of the, oh crap, are those the, those are the 30-30 M4s, huh? Or excuse me, the 30-30 M3s. You're about to put the wrong thing in there. 30-30 M3s. You know, I will probably run it at those speeds a couple of times just to say I did. It'll probably run those speeds at a show, but no, they will not be running that speed on a daily basis here because it would drive me insane. Okay, so this piece is going to sit down between these two top frames just like this. By this, I mean, let me go to browser window. Go, and we'll switch to, okay. So this piece, this 30-30 is going to go down on the ports, and that's going to help keep everything flush at the front. And the gap is going to be, because this is 30-60, the 30-90 gap in the front or in the back, 30-60. So we've dropped down from this piece to 30-60, then we're going to drop down again to the 30-30. And the four M3 by 30s go on this back face because this is where those printed parts for the Z-axis are going to sit. And our corner blocks are going to go right here and right here. So we need to get these prepped and ready. These will be not the flatheads, not the M8 by 16s. These will be the M6 by 12s. M6 by 12s. And shims. And yes, these corner pieces use set screws to hold it in place. So 30-30 M6s. Loctite on there. Through the quarter bracket and onto it. Hey, Gulfspur, how's it going? So yeah, it is an LH Stinger, not a black box. The black box it was being built by, well, I've got one built. Zombie is going through his build right now over on his channel, and I think he's taking a strategic pause today because he got something in the mail, and I know what that something is, but I'm going to let him break the news to everybody on his channel. Not a bad thing. A box showed up. Going? I know how that feels, Gulsifer. I know how that feels. Hey, Ram Online, how's it going? That's, where did you go? That, like, dang it, literally bounced off the ground and then up into the filament storage racks that I have there. I really need to put some drawers on that to keep that from happening. Okay. So that goes there. That goes there. This one gets lined up. Maybe, please. Yes. Okay. That was lined up. This one up. Okay. Now, this is where we're definitely going to need to use our blocks to make sure that we're nice and tight and square here. Once again, we're going to just snug these up. Not going to hugga crank these down just yet. Because I think we are pretty square, but I want to double check. Okay. Grab the old metric ruler here, and we just need to pick points. So I'm going to start off at the 100 mark at that point. Seven, 11. Third point right there. I'm getting to about 712. So let me double check that one more time. Nope, we are square. We are good and square. So let's make sure we stay that way. We're going to go through and do the final tighten on these. So the screws that are going into the frame elements are M8. The screws that are going into lock nuts are M4. Or I'm sorry, not M4, M6. So the button head and the flat heads use a 4mm driver. The M6 socket head and the M8 button heads use a 5mm driver, which, interestingly enough, was not included in the kit. They didn't include tools. They didn't include all the right tools. So, fun fact. So we've got the base frame done there. We got a nice square bulky boy. I have to wipe it down with some sticky goo on there. I might have to wipe it down with some alcohol. Let me take it back down to standard. And we were going through the frame. See, this is worrying me. Or wait, I say this is worrying me. This is the y-axis that we haven't built yet. Just the base frame. So we've got bottom plates on. We've got these square and half circle plates in. Got the top plate. We still need to do the top corner plates. Tie in the corners fully at the top. These corner plates right here. So those things are these. We actually have to cut these open. And insert the 30-3400 extrusion into the set of preloaded square T-nuts. Top needs to be tightened in such a way that it keeps the previous squareness in place and does not add any forces that would shift things out of alignment. Do not use the top extrusion to bring things to alignment. And not. I'm just going to take a quick look at this. Oh, man alive. It can't do that. Oh, they're the right. Okay, yeah, that's yeah. So it's going to have a printed piece that comes over this way. One will line up there, but this, I'm going to have to take this back or loosen this up, slide it up to slide these in, and then put it back down in there. And these will get, whatchamacallit, set screws. These will get regular screws down the top. But it has to go in this way. It's the only way that that goes in. So we'll need to loosen this one and that one. Flip this around and look at the way it's showing me. these just look and feel a little bit different. So screw, that screw, that screw. That screw. Yeah, see these look different than the ones that are actually being shown on there. So that's kind of what's throwing me off a bit. So I should be able to loosen up just the bottom ones here. Which should allow this to slide up like so. Even more. Slide this side in. Slide this side in. Then bring it back down, lining these corner brackets up. And what that does is it actually raises this up some out of square and flush with the top. But that's okay. We're still going to make sure that we stay flush this way by putting it back down when we cinch these pieces in. And I'm pretty sure we're going to remain square. I will double check that. I don't want to rack it at this point. Okay, still square. So that's good. Now what we need to do is put in some of the set screws. And these are going to set screws. And these will hold it in place up against the frame. 3mm hex driver set screws. Crazy. Okay. So one's going to go there. And these thread into the frame piece. And so they into the or I'm sorry, the corner piece and then into the frame and lock against the frame. So holy, you spent 21 grand on a Reno bill? Like, dude, what were you doing at Reno? Wait a minute. Is Reno like Vegas where what happens in there stays there, you don't talk about it? Okay, so the two side ones are in. Pick this up. And we'll do two more from this front side here. Hey, Clown Hammer, how's it going? I mean, it has been a while since I've been to Reno. Okay, so we're into the side. We are in from the side and we are in from the front. We still need to go in from down here. And I'm hoping that those are not regular screws. Not. It only shows one. I don't know how many extra there are. I'll put one in for now, but there are two holes up here. Well, we'll see if I have extras of these, I will come back in and add them in the other hole as well, just to make. Crap, where did that go? Oh, here. So it shows the corner brackets and 1, 2, 3 hardware wise. So it looks like there's some type of printed bracket that will slide over this. I'm assuming that's a printed bracket. Oh lordy, where did my Z rails go? My Z rails go right where I just tightened that. Lordy, lordy, help me. To egg. So we'll be taking the top off again so that we can add the Z rails on here since we didn't bother to add them beforehand. The Z rails are, so see, follow the guide so you don't have to redo it. Insert the MGN 12H 250 millimeter Z rail. Guide linear. Linear rails have been inserted prior. No, the linear rails have to be inserted prior to closing access to the extrusion T-slots. Yes. Insert the rails before enclosing the frame with the top extrusion. Yeah. Why insert the rails before adding the motor mounts to the ends of the. Hey, help me remember that, guys. Hey, Pete, how's it going? Hey, Rittenhouse. Tech Jeeper, what's up? Doing pretty good, other than I don't know, Ubered. Attach the square T-nuts loosely to the rail. Slide the rail into the extrusion T-slot. Use the printed guides for alignment and spacing to position the rails. Mirror the exact steps. Blah, blah, blah. Tighten the screws. Go consistent torque starting with the middle ones and progressing toward the edges. Used because do we do all or do we do just some? Let's see, where's my M3? Got 3030 M3s. We might be able to do them all. Maybe not. Because this right here is showing all. Looking at the stinger, I'm like, I'd selected. Yeah, they're not doing all. Stop 7. They're not doing all. But let's grab some linear rails. We need the 250 millimeter linear rails. Probably going to be the shorter ones here. Yep, be the shorter ones. Because these will be 300 for the longer one, and then the other one, or for the Y. The other ones will be a little bit less. So we're going to do these 2 rails. Tesla's here. Liz Norman likes this part. Carefully step around. Don't want to damage our foot again. The plan will be to do these rails and then possibly stop at that point. We'll see. May go a little bit further, but we'll see. And I did just slide that all the way off. We hide that for the time being. I did slide that all the way off, hoping I don't jinx myself here. They feel goopy, so I'm going to wipe down these rails with some alcohol before we really get going. They just feel goopy, like there's something on them. So get some alcohol on here. Wipe them down. I mean, you want a light oil on these because I don't trust that they put or that these are 100% not going to rust. So I do wipe them down to clean them to get any whatchamacallit off of them. The shipping grease or oil that is just crap most of the time. And the simple fact that you can see here, you see what looks like the little chicken feet? That's where I was using my fingernail and actually cleaning out and wiping down through the groove where the balls are running. So gives you an idea that, you know, there is something there potentially, but if it was, it ain't grease because these visibly look just dry. It doesn't look like there was any grease in. So we're going to be working here for a little bit to get these things packed. And I may sit down here for a second. Grease going. Other coffee. Okay. Let's sit down here, get a little intimate with our balls. Get a little intimate with our balls. So we do need to get in here and get these filled up with some grease. Once again, I'm just going to put a bead right over the top of the ball bearings. And then I'll come back with my gloved hand and just press it in to the balls and move it around some. And we'll keep packing it. We'll probably do, since these are as dry as they are, I'm probably going to do 2 or 3. Walking me and Bailey's. Okay, sis, I looked up for a second, thought I saw walking to get Bailey's, and I was like, well, dang, pretty bad if my stream's driving you to start drinking, but okay. Non-judgment zone here. Okay, we're just pushing that grease in and then slowly moving the balls around to cycle around and put another glob of grease down there. Push that back into this set of balls, running around the length. No worries. And be careful as you start to move these around. As you get more grease in there, it's going to take a little bit more to push the bearings through the races. And you just don't want to like cause a traffic jam and then they start shooting everywhere. That's why I'm doing this on top of paper towel. If I was doing it straight on this top and a ball popped out, hit this top, it could be gone before you even know it. And you don't want to lose your balls when you're greasing them. Bad day. A little bit more in here. Once again, with the, if you're running this at speed, speed will generate more heat. from friction and everything else. So you want to make sure that you've got good amount of lubricant in here, because if you're not well lubricated, you're going to generate more heat and friction, which will just burn off and break down the lubricant quicker. And that's another reason why I don't run a lot of really speed machines. Like, I have machines that can go fast, but that doesn't mean you want to run them fast, right? Um, one is it's going to be louder. Just in case, I mean, you're running it fast, it's going to make more noise, and you're going to need to run a lot more cooling, right? So that's one piece. Um, the other thing is when you run fast, like I said, it's going to run hotter, which means you're going to need to do more maintenance because it's going to wear out your oil faster. Think about your car, right? The harder and faster you run your vehicle, the more often you want to run through and change your oil and things like that, and relubricate, check your fluids and all that stuff, because it causes more wear and tear. All right, now that's not dropping. That's perfectly fine. This has a very high preload on it, and just the simple fact of putting this on the rail, I'm seeing, not sure if it's going to come up, but you'll see a good deal of grease that's popping out of that channel, and you'll actually see some grease that's popping out of the bearing race. So we're good and greased up here. This is good. What I want to see. Um, so there's one. Now we just need to do the other one. So Gulsfer, do you have any more builds in the works? Or for that matter, is anybody else doing another build or another project that you want to talk about? I will say that I do have a couple of 3D printed projects that we need to assemble, so maybe we'll do some of that as well here in the coming days. Um, we've got the Mandalorian armor we still need to put together. We've got a blaster that we need to put together. We still have droids to work on, so waiting for printed parts. So you ordered like PIF or from like West 3D or one of the commercial places, or did you go with somebody else for some printed parts? got some other upgrades in the works or planned. We've got the kit here to do the 350 Trident, make that all-wheel drive, all metal with 9mm belts. Do a hot end swap on that. That will get a the takeoff tool head with a tube with a 1.0 nozzle on it. So that'll be fun. That'll be a different kind of speedy. That'll be speedy in the sense of having a large nozzle and being able to push a lot of plastic. Okay. See if we can get the glove off or put it in long enough that it won't come off nice. Looks like it will. Nice. We'll be able to reuse this one a little bit later on when we get to the Y rails, which probably won't be tonight. It'll probably be another night. I'm going to preload the M3 hardware, which should be, I'm assuming, 3x8, because that's what. M3x12. Interesting. Oh. Now I need to find M3x12. 14, 22, 35. Go. Hut. M3x12 socket head screws. See? They didn't get the oil on the rails, but they got a ton of it in the screws. God, I hate that. I hate when they do that. And I know they do that on the iron oxide ones, the black screws, because they're more apt to rust if they're not oiled, especially when they're coming from overseas and going through, riding a boat overseas. I believe this one was airship to me, but they never know which way it's going to go. Okay. So the ends look like they're going to have printed bump stops. Let me see what those printed parts. We will need some tools. These are going probably on these. Belt tensioner. I've seen several of these type things on there, so I think these are just, put in and twist. So I think we should be good with those, not having to slide those in, I hope. Are you serious? The cable chains would have to be slid in? Come on now, guys and gals. So I may have to open some up again, be able to put the printed cable clip in. That's the back side. The back side we can still get to. It's going to be the one on the front side. That clip right there. Another clip there. So apparently we're going to have to get some clips out so that we can put some clips in as well. I did not think that I would have to do cable clips this way. Pretty small. Cable clips, cable clip, cable clip. Like trying to figure out what looks like an end stop. Where Z distance tools. Y. Printed jigs for those things. This should be able to go over there. What was I looking for? Oh yeah, I was looking for the end stop pieces. And I kind of feel like we're going to be taking things apart here and there. Trying to move this around. That's a rectangular block. There's a chamfered edge to it. That. Big motor parts. Sorry, folks. I know I'm probably mumbling to myself here because I'm just trying to figure out what the heck I'm looking for. So that is a piece with a chamfer. That kind of looks like that piece. Top piece looks like that one. Top piece over there looks like the other one. This bottom piece looks like something with slots. For adjustability. Whoop. Slots adjustability. And stop. Looks like it sits over the top of another piece. Two different pieces. That piece yep, is that one. That's the one that it sits down in there and you have to feed the wires through. So that's the one where we're probably going to have to desolder and resolder. And then let me hide that piece. Okay. I think I've seen that one. I'm confused. So I've got pieces that look like it, but it's like, nope, that's a belt piece. It's a belt piece. Upper on edge. Ugh. Ah, there we go. There's the other piece. Okay. I think that's what we need to get us started. These two pieces right here are going to make me cry because I'm going to have to take the bottom frame apart to get those pieces in the front. And I wouldn't have thought that a printed cable piece would be not a a push and twist is what I would expect, and it's not. So this part is basically you have to slide it in there, which means I'm going to have to figure out how to slide that in there. The top plate has to come off so that we can slide these down in here. We have to put these pieces. This piece gets heat set insert. Takes button head. Also a 3x12 that goes into 3 T-nut. So M3 by 12 is going to go through the printed piece, do an M3 T-nut. This part's going to get fun, folks. Yeah, I didn't even. Hey, KB3D Chris, how's it going? Welcome on in. Thank you for the 20 months in a row subscription. Holy cow, dude. So we are working on the LH Stinger, and it makes me want to cry some because, well, I'm going to say this. You're going to be like, huh? The printed cable clips that normally you would think would be slide in, like put in and then twist it in place. There's no twist. You have to slide these in at the time that you're building the frame up. So I've now got to get this between the two T-nuts that I have here. And I'm going to have to take this whole thing apart to slide it forward in order to do that. Or slide the sides of something. So there's a part of me that just died. And then there's another part of me that just sent the other printed parts off. So yeah, this is going to be a bit frustrating, as I'm going to have to backtrack to take some things apart. Meanwhile, the whole purpose was we were trying to get things set up to start putting in our rails. where, oh, we're going to have to take the top off to put the rails in, which means taking other set screws out that we've put in place. Once again, without prying. Yeah, so this is the LH Stinger. This is a 5-set kit LH Stinger, and it is, I'll say, a beast of a machine. Um, let me show you a bit what I mean by a beast of a machine. Um, come over here to the full display. And so this is like what I was talking about here, right? So screws down into 2 T-nuts, right? And this has to be between the 2 T-nuts. The only way you can get that printed part in there is to take this frame back off and slide the T-nuts through. That's why I want to cry, right? So I'm going to have to, I think, undo the 2 screws down here, undo a couple of other screws to be able to pull this frame forward so I can slide a T-nut out, slide this one in, slide the T-nut in, and then remember to slide this one in, because none of the printed parts, this is just a spacer that we'll use to set this location. So yeah, it made me cry. Made me cry. And same thing with all of these cable chains. I have to remember to put them in vertically when I take the top off so that I can put my linear rails in, because once again, we're using 3030 T-nuts instead of roll-ins. But this machine will give you an idea here, Chris. This is 1,000 millimeters per second, 30,000 Excel. There you go, there's a pullback view. So it is a carbon bed, and you can apply a PEI sheet over the top. So yeah, fun times. And the fact that I have this fully squared right now is the other thing that just makes me want to cry. But it is what it is. What I'm going to try and do is get these ready to go in, get all of the printed parts ready to go in that I will need to get set up, and then we'll attempt to actually get this split into the printer. Well, bottom, top. One of these is going to have to get a couple of heat set inserts in it. And of course, there's two different bags of heat sets at least. You have to try and figure out which one is which. Got 3.46 by 7. Insert short is 3/4. 354. Okay, so there's the top and bottom pieces ready to go. Question is yeah, there's just not going to be an easy, fun way of doing that. I'll have to figure out this front rail a little bit later because if I try and figure it out now, I'm going to lose it. So LH Stinger. 1, 2. Looks like they're calling for about 1 at the top. Oh, and you missed it, Liz. We lubed the rails without you here. I don't know if your ears were burning, but I kept calling for you. Behave or Liz will take out the snips. Uh-oh. Now there's a part of me that says, I wonder if I could just use either roll-in T-nuts or, oh, I can't use hammerheads and stuff because I don't have any 3030s. So if I had some 3030 nuts, I could probably try and use them, but I don't. So we're just going to have to suck it up and do it the fun way. Okay. So that one's ready to go. Get this one ready. We've got the top and bottom end stops ready to go. We have top corner plates that'll go there. What else? Looks like only need the thingamabobbers down the left side, not the right side, so that's good. All the wiring's over left. So Chris, I don't know if you ever saw my thing, but I was trying to figure out if you were the one shipping my box turtle kit to me or if it was coming directly from Jason. And I think I heard that it's coming directly from Jason. So I am trying to build out my cart because I went to buy a bunch of connectors and it was like $11 in connectors. It was going to be like $20 in shipping. So I think that's just your way of trying to get me to buy more. And just for giggles, in that one, yes, it does have the two. That's what I wanted. So I need to put the two heat set inserts in here. Make sure that those are in. Like, what the hell are these? These blocks are the blocks that are being used to set the height. Good trick. Because I put that block back in there. Darn it. Because really, I was just going to place it in there. Doesn't look like it's right. Y. Y. Oh, that is it. That's marked. So I want mark Z. Did I drop one? That's the other thing. 1 second. Ugh. The missing part. At least not right there. Sorry, folks. I'm just going to try and take a look and see if I can find that one weird looking part. If I can't, which I will do real fast. It should be in the tools because that would make sense. It is a tool. It would be a spacer. That's one. D. Somehow that one got over into the other bag. Oh, that was probably not the right way to sit down on that toe. Okay. So let's come back over here to the. Uh-oh. All I saw was your pecker. What? What about your pecker? How's your freaking laser? Okay. All right. So we got our rails ready to go. We need to take the whatchamacallits back out. Let me think this through. I'm going to try and just take this whole top piece off. So I need this side, This side. This side. And the bottom ones loosened. This whole thing should come off. Whole thing should come off. There we go. Okay. Now we're going to need to slide our rail on, and on the, it only shows it on the one side, but I'm going to, we have to assume that it goes on both. We have a spacer here. How best to do this? We should be able to do it this way. There's a Z spacer. Looks like there's the shorter gap at the bottom, larger gap at the top. So that'll go there. How the hell does that work? This is the only way that would work. You would use the spacer to set the gap for your rail, but that only works if I use the hammerheads for the end piece. Take these back off. Hammerhead for the end piece. That's on one side. And this one, I still need to put some heat set inserts in. Is there a CAD file? Yes, that is what I have up right here. And that's what I'm looking at is the CAD file. The assembly instructions are, I will say, a teensy bit lacking. Not, I mean, you got to be willing to look at CAD to do a build like this. And 3 short 5/4s. Okay. But yeah, I'm looking at the CAD file here and the instructions. Here's the assembly guide for doing the rails. Right? These are the Y rails. Z-mount assembly. Okay, left Z drive, right Z drive, blah, 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 blah. I was here and it said, proceed with the rest of the preloaded square T-nuts and insert the rail into the Z-linear rails. That's where I'm at. That's where I was like, oh, we've went off the rails because I missed something. So what I'm trying to do is fix the things that I missed and then continue with the build. So in order to do the Z rails, I need to install a few printed parts. Here's where it's talking about closing up the top. And I missed the part about doing the rails. T square nut 6. Screw socket head 6. MGN 12 rail. Yep, 6 and 6. It didn't say like, hey, put the end stop in. Maybe it has, and I just didn't read far enough ahead yet. But we will get it figured out. And quite honestly, I wasn't sure if I was even going to start a build today or what we were going to do, because we ran into a snag with Kyber Dragon, and the fact that the CNC TAP sensor. So I've got a Gen 1 ChaoticLab CNC TAP, which uses a 5-volt end stop. I didn't realize that. I was like, I'm moving from one board to another. Did not even pass my mind that, hey, look at the CNC TAP version. I just said, verified that the positive was still in line with the positive, the negative and the negative, and so on. So I was like, okay, there we go. That's how we're going to move forward. The issue I had was the words on stream. I basically put 24 volt to the 5-volt sensor, and it was still working, but it all of a sudden got very flaky and very unreliable. So that tells me that I have most likely borked that, and I'm going to be switching up to a CNC TAP V2. Did you try mains yet? No, I did not try mains on that one. Okay, so we're there. It looks like we're probably a little bit too loose on these screws. Screw those in a bit. There we go. That's fine. These were just a tad bit too loose. Okay, so we've got our spacer down there. We've got our rail in there. I am gonna apparently need to tighten this up just a little bit more. Like somehow I get the feeling that these could probably be done with a lot less than 12s. Okay, so we need our spacer, which went flying around somewhere. There's our spacer. Make sure it's orientated in the right direction. Let that sit down on there. We're going to grab one of our 3060 blocks. I'm going to put it right there at the bottom. We'll put another one about right there. Drop that down. We'll put this one right there. Okay. Now, I'm going to set this on its side because what was the one thing that I forgot to do? Well, tell us, Luke. Luke forgot to put um, Loctite on these. Just going to have to pull them back out one at a time, put some Loctite on them. You do want to put Loctite on these because you have seen how fast this little sucker can run. And I have had rail or screws on rails back out, and that is bad. That gets very, very bad. That happened on my V0, and it completely yeeted the carriage. It threw the bed. It like opened the door and threw the bed out of the printer. Completely yeeted the hot-ended carriage. Like it was bad. Okay, what we're going to do is these are the center two, so we'll go ahead and snug these up. Not going to ugga-dugga, just snugging them up as I go. Balls, yep. Probably so. And plus with a 3030, I mean, if you put like an MGN9 on a 3030, yeah, that would be kind of insane looking, number one. But the other issue that you would have is the speed of the X gantry. The Y gantry, no big deal for the Z, but the X gantry is going to throw some serious force on the Z sides as it's going up and down and side to side. So yeah, we definitely want to make sure that we put Loctite on all these things. If we're getting this thing up to 30,000 accels, it's going to have some serious vibration going. That's true too. 9 would probably fall through the slot. You'd have to have some type of printed backing to it. Like, I'm not going to lie, I'm surprised there's not like, what is the HG15 rails or whatever, like they use on the Zs for the rat rig. Like, I could have seen those on the Y-axis with as crazy speed as it gets. But we will be running dual 12s on either side of a 3090. So, I mean, there's that. Okay. So we're going to start in the middle and start working our way out. Once again, we're going to use our highly calibrated torque elbow to torque this down as we're going from the middle out. And these are pretty tight on there, so I'm not worried about, side to side. This is going to be pretty good. Pop that out. Our piece here that we put our heat set inserts into, this piece is the one that's going to get mounted right here, and then the Z end stop will mount to that. What am I looking for? I need this and a 3030 roll-in T. Not roll-in, but hammerhead. Are you freaking kidding me? Like the hammerhead. Now it says don't put it on printed parts. I'm not putting it on the printed parts. I've got the screw through the printed part, and I'm going to put just a tiny bit on the end. Hold that printed part so it doesn't come back up. And this printed part gets pulled back up against the whatchamacallit, the rail. That's nicely tight there. So this part is done. I'm going to pull the alignment jigs off. I can set that back up. Stick a stopper in there for now, just to be on the safe side. I want to look back at my CAD, and this is the left vertical rail. So we'll have another piece that goes in here that does the end stop that I hid. I know how to unhide it. I don't know. Figure that out. But I see one. Cable clip. Okay, 1, 2 vertical cable clips on the front. Vertical, but cable clips on the front. And don't necessarily see a specific style, but I think it's just the way it's looking. So these could fit right down in there and be able to be pushed down. Good, you would think. I am pretty darn sure that these do not. Oh, so fearful I'm going to crack that or split it in half though, trying to twist it. Go on. It'll twist in, but that's an iffy proposition. that and wherever you put it is where it's going to stay. Down towards the bottom. Try not to mar this and not break it. And we just broke it. What I was expecting was going to happen. Yeah, this is not sure how to do these. I don't know if it's a print tolerance thing or what. Maybe I'll take a, because it's not really sliding down in there. One way or the other, I'm going to have to take a file to these. I have to just sandpaper because this file, hear that or see if I've got a different file. Where is Voron Phoenix? I do not have a Voron Phoenix. That might solve that might solve my large print. Well, no, is Phoenix 600 by 600 or is it 300 by 600? I thought Phoenix was 300 by 600. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to figure some out. I'm gonna have to sand these. And if I sand them, I might be able to get them and twist them in. But for now, they're not going in, so I'll have to figure it out, or might have to take the top back off this thing yet again. Um, let's go ahead and do the other side rail. Now it doesn't show. Okay, so this one, there's a slight gap, right? The other side, that is straight up sitting on the end. So the other side, if I can find that one. So the other side is also the thicker piece. So this is the one that goes on the other side. It's a slightly thicker piece. And so we'll go ahead and get that down in there. And like I said, it's going to sit right down on that piece there. And I'm just trying to push it down as I do that, make sure that the hammerhead nut rotated, which it did. Now I'm going to set this, oh, scares me. Set that over on this side. And we're going to slide our other rail in here. Make sure that our two are at the bottom. Apply that all the way down, and now I'm just going to tighten these up to the point where they're able to sit down on there without pulling away from the frame rail or sit proud. Okay. Bottom, put it at the top, and put in the middle. Take these back out one at a time, put Loctite on them. So Chris, are you oh wait, you tried building the BTT Death Racer with CAD. It doesn't match the current STL files and has only some things modeled. Huh. Now the Big Tree Tech one, it's using the tracked setup, not the mechanism. So that's one thing to remember. And then, God, it's been a while since I built mine, and Evil Diesel's built. Well, as soon as we converted it to mechanism, he's been building them. So. Yeah, I haven't built one in a while, and I believe what's happening, Chris, is I'm going to build the drag racer, and Evil Diesel is going to build the Death Racer, and that's going to force him to model it and everything. And I'll have to make sure and keep on him because otherwise he'll wait till the last minute. I mean, he does great work last minute, but he'll wait till the last minute. And like I said, Voron Phoenix, I don't know. Like, I have no idea when that's going to be like fully released because I think it hasn't been released yet, right? It's still in beta. Yeah, I would expect like Black Box is a little niche, but Phoenix is like I don't know. Like at least Black Box is still a 300 size. Phoenix is a beast, and that's more. Uh, I just don't see that being like, oh, we're gonna sell 300 batch one kits in 30 minutes, right? Like positron kits came and went in the blink of an eye. Um, I mean that is a the Phoenix is going to be a higher cost and definitely not a first build. type of setup. Yeah, making sure it's pushed all the way down. And once again, we're going to come in here, start in the middle, tighten that down, keep working our way out. Yeah, it's like a commercial DIY. But then again, StableBot is too. But StableBot, I think you can buy built versions, right? Like I think you can buy a built version from what's his name. So what I want to see is will the yeah, see even these aren't going in. So I wonder if that's a printed part issue. I'm just going to have to sand all these down before I go to put these in. And it's just going to make me sad because I'm going to have to take, like, I'm going to have to get into this bottom rail and there's no easy way to do it. I could take these out and slide it. Pull these out, this out. Yeah, there's just no easy way. It'd almost be like take one of the vertical rails back out to try and get it and slide those parts in there, but they're so tight right now that and I feel like they're made to roll in. They do have kind of a rounded edge in the middle. I mean, there should definitely be clearance for it to roll. Well, maybe not. I think it might, but I'm going to have to get in here with sandpaper to sand down some clearance in here, or maybe go in and I don't know. I don't know. But that's going to be a future me thing. The top end stops are just straight um, little blocks. So these will just go on. Once again, we'll flip over and use the hammerhead T-nuts for those. I think that's what I was seeing in the model here. Yeah, hammerhead. We'll switch these over to hammerheads and get these installed, and then we should be able to put the top rail back on. We'll double check if anything needs to go on the other side before we do. Once again, just make sure that these are pushed all the way down. And if you had a stopper, you can pop the stopper off. A collection of stoppers over there. Yeah, like I said, I'm pretty sure that Luke's Lab, like if you ask, he can build it for you. Not sure what kind of cost. Like I think he built that one that was done with like 4080 extrusion, or maybe it was 8080 extrusion. And I was just like, oh my God, that's got to be a beat. All right, so we'll figure those out. These are tools. I think we're done with those for now. Um, we're going to flip this around and look at the other side. So this is the front. Spin this around and look at the back. Doesn't look like they're, well, down here it looks like one cable piece there. Top end, cable piece in the middle. So on the back, it looks like I need 4. Hey, look, we got wires in the way. What angle do I need? All right, those look like twisted. Okay, so that's using drop-in 3030s. Yay. That's good to know. Why does it look like there's another there? Okay, there's just the one, and that'll be a roll in. So we've got these two in there. That'll be a roll in. 3030 cover short. So there are some of these little cable clips. I'm wondering if I could get away with using some of those. We'll have to see. So I've got some 3030 cable clips. I got some of those little printed screw down holders. All right, we'll have to see. Oh. So while the top's off, God, I'm fearful that there's something with these motors that need to connect there. Yes, let's look at the assembly, right? Talking about rails, doing the Z motor mounts. I just want to look through this and see how it mounts. This is the bottom, that's the top. Oh, okay, those are T-nuts. Not like the not the slide-in T-nuts, but the hammerhead style. Okay. This is using the, those will be the ones that we have in the top in a vertical. Okay. All right, folks, I think we're good there. Got the frame, we got the Z rails. Now I need to insert the top and do that. So I'll put the top back in. Try and get the top back in. Go there, go there, down. Okay. Now, we're going to get some parts out of the way. And we're going to lay this back down on the table. Why? Because I want it. Oh, I'm like, why are we not setting level? These, oh, those are good. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? Oh, I'm like, why is that not sitting level? Because we've got the set screw that I need to run in. Set screw in. Set screw in. Okay. So there's that. I do need to figure out the cable management. I may reach out to Delmar and ask him about that and how that worked out for him. Because I know that he built the one that was at the Fabrico booth. Hey, things are nice and steady there. Good. Yeah, when we come back on Saturday, we will continue this build, working on What we got here? Assembly steps. I'm not going to work on any of the Y stuff just yet, um, because we'll work on that later. We'll start with the Z motors here, and that doesn't look difficult at all. Kind of looks a lot like a standard Voron Z drive. But we'll work on building these out and getting those built, and we'll go from there. Is basically where I'm at here. Um, but I think I'm going to call the stream for now. I'm a little bit tired, and I need to get ready for another day of work. Last day. I wish I could say it was not going to be hectic. I know better. Um, I know better. It's going to be fun. Yeah. So once again, the main camera over there, I will work on getting that swapped out with the OBS bot or Tiny 2. We'll get that installed up here, and I'll get that configured so we can make it all do good things, and then we'll go from there. So thank you everybody for hanging out with me tonight. It is Thursday night. It is 10:30. I hope we did not miss marble races, though I'm sure you all would have abandoned me for marble races probably. Heck, I would have abandoned me for marble races. So Zombie is back up in building. So if you didn't know, Zombie was getting a Solval SV06 Ace. So I'll say, let's see. Do you guys want to go to Zombie and the Solval SV06 Ace? We can go over to Jano. Looks like he's already into marble racing. So I think that makes it a little bit easier. Because if you're over there for Jano for marble racing, you're dual streaming anyhow. So I'm going to go ahead and head over to Zombie. And we'll get that started. So once again, thank you everybody for being here. We ran a little bit longer than I anticipated. I'll have to, like I said, figure out about a couple of things there. I should have parts Saturday to work on Kyber Dragon again, so we can try and get that squared away. And I'll have the other camera in play as well by. Thank you, everybody. I keep looking over here like I'm looking at the right camera. Thanks, everybody, for being here again. Thank you for dealing with my sinuses and the weird sound voice. We've got a lot of good things coming down the pipe, and I am glad to have you guys here with me for this journey. Thank you, everybody. Have a great night. Stay safe, stay dry, and stay healthy as we are getting into the fall winter season. Thanks, everybody. Bye now.